So we can see what we do every single day. We jump up to the monthly. You can see on the monthly, relatively unchanged market here. As we zoom in even closer, still above that previous month's high. We're still breaking out of this longer term balance. So what we can gather from the monthly is really just unchanged, right? Um, I still think it's important to look at this chart every single day, right? That's the reason that we do it here. Just because, sometimes the chart kind of speaks to you in different ways. And if you don't look at it, it's definitely not going to offer anything for you. But, just the one day that you look at it might be able to give you some insight. And so it's going to take you, a minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes to look at it. Might as well. Jumping over to the weekly here, you could see we're still maintaining this balance on the weekly basis. Um, Still holding this gap below. This is an unadjusted, unback adjusted chart, so that's why that gap is there. You can see we do have a little bit of an equilibrium up here around that 44.50. We'll dig into that level. I think we were saying it was like 46 to 50 on the weekly basis, which would be a key level, and may see some resistance up there towards that level, or maybe it's 54 and 49. We'll have to just kind of pay attention. A key thing to note, right, is that we are heading up after checking below the previous week's low. We've kind of approached that middle of the move, right? We had talked about this. The center of the move from yesterday, the 50% move, was that 44.22. That's where we wanted to see the market hold above. And if we start to see the market form above that 44.22, most likely we head up to that like 34, and then the next one, where that high volume node was at. There was actually a nice trade that set up in Globex to actually take that, pretty much that same exact trade, from 22 up to 30. Well, I think I got out at 31, but I think you could have taken it up to 37 maybe. Where's this high at? I think it was up like 37. But yeah, on the weekly, we're still balancing. So as we start to approach that 44.50, if we just get continuation today, we want to start employing balance rules, right? And we'll be looking for continuation first, right? And if we get that continuation, our target to the upside is that 45.08. So we're a little bit less than 100 handles away from that level. But that will be kind of the key level that we'll be looking, should we get that continuation of the breakout. Morning, Roach. Morning, Thomas. Morning, Liker. Um, Switching over here, well, let's just actually take a peek at this weekly chart, weekly profile chart. I feel like it's been beneficial and gives people maybe a grasp on the larger time frame and more detail, right? So we can see, this distribution is kind of growing. Um, we, we kind of separate it here just to make it a little bit easier, but you're starting to see kind of this area here become one large distribution. So I wouldn't be surprised if we get up towards this high, or up in this like 44.60 area, if we do see a little bit of rejection and get a larger kind of balance. Um, that's something that I'm kind of almost expecting. It may be a fail up here before we get to that 4,500, and a check back, and if there's no response, then check below, and it kind of just fills in this whole distribution here. But as far as how the week is going, right, we can see we came down into this distribution here, we moved back up, and you can see all of the volume that has been coming in continuously this week and the previous weeks. And now we're starting to get on top of this distribution. So if we start to hold on top of this distribution, those next logical levels are that 44.36, which I think we tagged in the Globex session, and then the top of that distribution, which is sitting around 44.48. And then the previous week's high, which I think is sitting like right at 50. if we get rejected off of this level here, this 44.36, then we want to make sure that we're a lot more cautious getting long back into this distribution, because that would show rejection. And most times, if we get a rejection off an upper distribution, we at least have to trade to the point of control of this lower distribution. So that being around this 44.19, right? We had been at that 44.16. We kind of see it moving up. On the right side, you can see this delta profile here. We could even kind of just zoom it, make it a little bit bigger here. And you can see, we've got a bunch of short delta at the 18, bunch of long delta sitting at the 20. And so we can pretty much use that. We had talked about the 22. That's where we'd like to see it stay above. We can pretty much use that today to where if it can't hold above this 2022 area, then we need to be careful getting long um, towards the high of this distribution, because, right, just like distribution theory works, we got an unfair low, an unfair high. So, and then, the actual distribution itself, but at an unfair high, what that tells buyers is this is an unfair place to be buying the market. So typically smart money's not getting long into an unfair high. Typically smart money is already long, and then as we get up to that unfair high, either we'll just power through it because sellers will decide, I don't want to sell there, or you'll get enough retail buying that will step up, that will take us into the upper distribution and cause short covering from all of the shorts that took the opposite side of the longs. And the same thing inversely on the low side. This is all talked about in Jim Dalton's books and how distributions work, and then also in that CBOT study guide from our man Peter Stoudemire. Um, so if you're still getting confused about distributions, I recommend doing some extra homework or maybe some rereading and powering through, or ask some questions, and we'll try to dig down into any any issues that people are having. Switching over here to the daily chart, we can see we are now one time framing up. So we were one time framing down. Now we're one time framing up. Right, we broke that high yesterday. We kind of have a little equilibrium here. The settle from Tuesday was 1875, and the settle from yesterday was 1775. So two closing prices almost right on top of each other. That's going to be a key level. So if we get an auction lower, or we're at 1675, this is going to be a key level. I know we talked about the 22, but this 1817 area is going to be a key level that we want to see the market above if it's going to get continuation. Some of the key levels also today, we've got that gap above, right? So 4448 up until I don't think this thing's really accounting for the gap. What's the low here? 4451. Yeah, so there's just a little gap there, a couple of points. But definitely something that we want to be paying attention to. And even here, this 4430 areas. See three tops right there. See, and this is why it's important to kind of look at these charts every single day, because you really, we see this and we're kind of like, like, looks like we're getting some resistance here coming into this previous day. So this may be the supply day, and this is the day, right? Because this is a Tuesday, I think, the 20th. Yeah, it was Tuesday. So if we pull over our COT report, remember last Tuesday, we had a bunch of leveraged funds cover a short position. So basically, this move up off of this, right? See how we start opened is at the top. The market moved all the way down to this 4,400 and then bounced. Well, that was just due to short covering. So it wasn't like there was a buyer here. So as we're running into that spot, this is kind of a resistance area. And so we really want to see this market get above that 44.35 and hold if we're going to get any upside. Because last time we were here, we had 200,000 contracts come off the tape. 200,000 weak-handed shorts cover, and still the market continued to trade lower the next day. So someone had to kind of absorb those, or they're just basically completely getting out of the market. So closing positions, we did see some buyers buy that, and so we may also see some strong money buy this dip here. So you may see them look to try to force this thing higher to get back into profit as well. All right, switching to the profiles, do a little bit of review from yesterday. We can see yesterday, right, it actually ended up working out pretty much how we expected. We were saying, before we got off, if we do get a move lower that doesn't take the low, there's a buyable opportunity because we're at the low of this distribution. And a poor low is telling us that, question, summertime, remember it's quiz time. What's a poor low tell us?
Dun, dun, dun.
Uncompleted auction.
The poor low is telling us that there's no supply, right? There's no sellers willing to move down to sell lower, right? We thought we spotted a buyer yesterday in the market at that 3 level, right? 3 was a big level, and every time we got below, volume just basically died off. So no sellers were willing to move lower and create an excess. So it is a weak reference point. So should we trade back down to there, we shouldn't be hoping for it to act as support, but it is telling us that there's a lack of supply below this larger distribution. So there seems to be, for now, no supply underneath of here. In a little bit of a move down here in the Globex session after making a high, because we made the high relatively recently. Yeah, basically just gave up the entire profile. So that's kind of an interesting move. But yesterday put that poor low in to start the session. Market auctioned all the way to the high, got a big liquidation. Market popped off that liquidation, balanced. Looked like they liquidated again. That buyer bought again. We had kind of talked about this, right? During A and B period, where it seemed like a buyer was just passively absorbing sellers, because why would you buy something for more when you can buy it for less? And everyone was kind of willing to sell, and so he kind of got his mission accomplished. We broke out of that initial balance towards the end of the day and closed above it, so we showed some buying strength towards the end of the day, or some weak-handed shorts had to cover towards the end of the day. And now moving on to the Globex session, we can see that overnight inventory is pretty much 100% net long, even though we are trading below, so we're not really expecting any overnight inventory correction, just because this wouldn't make sense. We are opening inside, well, what time is it? Yeah, we'll most likely be opening it inside yesterday's value area, also inside yesterday's range, so we can expect the market to be fairly choppy. We can also expect possible liquidation right off the open, because we can kind of assume that there was some resistance here. They released it, and so above this spot here are stuck longs. Right, so these are probably the pressure coming in from longs overnight, buying it up, right, from, because they watched our channel and they're like, oh, 22, that's a good area to buy. Let me buy that. And then a bunch of people that didn't get in bought the high, and so now they're stuck. So we don't get a quick auction on the open back to the upside and back above this 22 level, and kind of into this weak spot, which is like 24 to 26, we can almost expect more liquidation and a test of this 4408 or 4406 level where we have that weak spot that lines up from yesterday. And so that'll be something that I'm kind of looking for early on today, as I'm not like super convinced of the market really until we establish above the 22. As far as the plan goes, right, like we said, most likely going to be pretty choppy. Yeah, NQ is at that 15,100 level. That's true. That's a very key level for them. Um, I'm just looking at the NASDAQ real quick. Yeah, so we expect the market to be pretty choppy to open up. We're opening up pretty close to the settle. So we're not really going to get a lot of information from the breath, I imagine. Not really a lot of information from the tick either. It doesn't look like much is going on in the stocks here. Um, Nvidia is basically trading inside. Apple kind of liquidated there, but still trading inside yesterday's range, and same with Microsoft. Apple looked a lot stronger than the overall market yesterday, comparatively. So that'll be something that we have to pay attention to today. See if they get that continuation. But so the first thing that I'm gonna look for is if there's no up auction, or if we get like a little baby up auction and then it comes back through the open, I'm gonna be looking to get short that. Right, cautious at the point of control from yesterday, but really targeting these weak spots, the 06, the 04, the 03, as my kind of profit target. Right, maybe try to trail back down to take that poor low out. We still do have a couple sets of single prints below us, so there's still some trapped short inventory down here below us. So that would be a nice target. But that will be play number one that I'm looking for. So looking for like a fail to hold the open, and then a reject, and then target down towards the low, down towards these single prints. Play number two is if we just catch a bid right away and start to establish up above this 22 level, really probably nail that thing back up towards this 35, 36 level. And that's the level I think where we need to really hold above in order to get any upside. There could be some rejection from up here, so we've got to be careful uh, trailing that. And then, maybe later in the day, because we're kind of far away from it, there's probably going to be some opportunities to take some longs back into this low, and back into like this 06 4400 level, should we break the low. So we don't really want to be getting short into these single prints. We really like to see them fail, snag them, and then trade them back into that zone. Let's take a peek at the gamma levels here real quick. Back to negative gamma. So that's not really a great sign on the daily, which kind of lets us know that if we do get some downside, that it could be accompanied by some market makers selling, in order to have to adjust for their poor positioning.
A lot of volume getting put in right here.
Yeah, there is on that 15. Yeah.
Yeah. Crazy.
So as far as the gamma levels go, you can see we've got some negative gamma up at that 44.50, really big call wall there. Um, most of the gamma's coming in like right around this 15.20 area, as you can see. So these should be acting as support. That's probably why all this volume's coming in right here. You're getting a little bit of hedging when they're trying not to spook it down because they want to try to hold this thing up because they're short these puts, I think. Taking a peek at total gamma here. You can see that flip zone is that 44.10. So that's really where they'd like to see it above, but then we get kind of this resistance from 25 to 55. So yeah, I mean, the market's going to be choppy today is what it looks like. Maybe some opportunity to get long if there is a breach of that 4,000 or 4,400, back up into that top of that distribution. But really, we've got to be careful today, and just kind of stay out of the center of this distribution for the most part. And the distribution I'm talking about is this bigger distribution here. Kind of try to avoid trading in here, even though I said we want to take a short from here. But avoid trading in here and kind of expecting be able to try to hold and let it come back, right? If we get into a trade in here, we want it to start to work right away. We're a little bit more comfortable taking some heat in levels like this because we know it's an unfair low, unfair high, right? So it can just kind of like and then give you one of those. Whereas you get a trade in here, it could give a little bit of this, and then all of a sudden, boom, goes up. So you're like, oh, I'm down a point, down 2 points, down 3 points, down 4 points, down 10 points, right? And that's not something that we want to do, right? We want to time our entries or get out of our bad positions quickly. But other than that, that is pretty much it. We've got about 5 minutes until the market opens. Now's the time. Finalize those plans. Get ready to manage some risk. Where's that 4,400? Financials held their gains from yesterday. So if we see some continued strength in financials, that'll be decent for the market. Big offer up at the 18 here. All right, there's the bell. We'll auction down right away. Sellers getting stuck early there. They break it. That first target's like 8 to 6. I'd like to see it pop the 15 and then come back through the open. But you're getting sellers moving down here and buyers trying to hold them in. Sector boxes are pretty mixed, fairly neutral. Got the breath red on the NYSE, NASDAQ breath green. Some stuck shorts now. We should tag the 8 here. Still seeing volume try to move lower.
One AMD bot got a call count. It didn't get in.
We bounced pretty good off that 10 there. Little reoffer of the 13 gets upticked, so that's a weak offer there. Apple caught a big bid, trying to trade up yesterday's high, almost to its Globex high. So Apple kind of driving the market up here. NASDAQ catching a bit a little bit now as well. Back above that 15, this is where that all that volume came in this morning. Your financials is real strong.
Got it. Second bot got a C count. See if it gets in. It's got 3 C counts now. 4. Got in. Bots and calls. One of the bots is in calls. Let's see what it's looking for. 67, 64. It's looking for a decent amount of profit, so see how it all plays out. Still getting more C counts in AMD. Got a C count in the other bot.
Financials trying to backpack the market here. You got tech moving lower. Nasdaq trying to hold on to it this bid. The Dow's actually above its VWAP. Thanks to financials really kind of just taking the high big time.
Second count, third count in the second bot. Second bot is in calls. That was the code change I didn't make yet. Okay.
What, the kill all button?
No, the freaking buy at market. That's fine. I mean, everything filled, so I'm gonna roll with it. But I was gonna make that change and I forgot.
It just gave up trying to sell. Looks like you get a little bit of a boost there. Maybe Nasdaq wants its VWAP. You've got the Dow above its VWAP. ES at its VWAP. Nasdaq VWAP's a little bit higher.
For some reason, your thing is spinning for me. I'm gonna have to disconnect and reconnect. I'll be back. There it goes. Now it's back.
So watch as we approach into this like 23, 26 area if we get some selling in the market here. Right? Because you figure these longs are stuck up here. And this is kind of close back to break even, so that's where they're gonna sell. And if these people are short, this is a good spot to reoffer. So maybe a little bit of chop in there. We want to see the market, like we talked about, confirm up over this 22, 24 area. Same idea. As yesterday.
Nvidia is still dipping. AMD's finally caught a bounce.
Nice, good trade, Liquor. See, we've got stuck shorts kind of like all the way up here. They keep getting stuck. See how thin the profile is. But you get that move, they've kind of pressed it down a little bit, got stuck right at the low, popped it back up, didn't reoffer. Bid stepped up where there was a big offer this morning, and then we kind of got some short covering up. So you see the offer coming in here at the high, basically right there at that weak spot. So sellers came in covering. Where they need to get back down to is that 15. So 15 is the low today.
Nvidia caught a decent bounce.
And if sellers can't get back below that 15, they're just basically going to be SOL here. Be a decent offer coming back in there as well. More shorts just got stuck on this 21.5. The offer's still coming in pretty steady there. Not getting anywhere.
Ooh, Nvidia caught a big bounce. IT is the only sector red. Oh, energy.
What's this 19 level here? Remember, they're looking to get, these sellers need to get back below 15. Back below 15 is kind of the magic number.
Does that mean you're in a short?
Mhm.
Yeah, it rolled over there right if you want.
Yeah, I'm short from 22 quarter and 22.50 right now. I took one off at 19. I need to get back below 15. Seen more sellers get stuck there. 19, 18 half.
I had a pre-market short at 17, and my stop was at 24, and they took me out to the fucking tick. Fucking pricks.
24?
Yeah. See
Damn.
that?
Yeah.
I was short 17 pre-market. I did take profits on the way down, but I was trying to. I was in micros, and I was going to leave runners. I was thinking we were going down to like 96, but they just ran it right back up on me. They never let me out. I'm just on the runner, but I gave everything back. Fucking suckers.
That go.
There's no fucking reason to run down to the 10 and then rip up like that. What the fuck?
Seeing the POC shift up here. So when we get a triple distribution and the POC shifts up, typically that's kind of telling us that volume's starting to meet. So this is kind of like one of the most dangerous places to play. I still like the short off of this. On second chance, we'll see like if it happens again. But like buying here is as much as it seems like we do. Well, we definitely have trap shorts in both of these levels. It's just a tough task. I mean, it would have worked. It looks like, but it's a tough task because we get like. I mean, there's just no conviction, and we're in the middle of this big distribution. So, like I said, we could get like one of those, and you don't want to get stuck. I'd rather get one of those than one of these. You know what I mean? If you're gonna have to take a loss, I'd rather it be quick and painless than devastating.
Did the Nasdaq double bottom?
Close, but what's this crosshair?
Definitely a poor low, I guess.
79, 78. Yeah, I mean it's like a point difference. It's like a 2 point difference.
Yeah, which is like nothing on the Nasdaq, right?
Right.
So the structure is a little different than compared to the ES. We didn't retrace that back that far.
Yeah, well, and the Nasdaq never broke its VWAP too. And the Nasdaq's the only thing that's really lagging here. And really, the only reason the Nasdaq's not rolling over is because um, Apple's still trying to make a new high. But if as soon as Apple gives up, if Apple gives up, then that'll be the end of that. Apple's not giving up though. Nasdaq's catching a bid actually here. Apple's trying to make a new high. You've got Meta up 0.5, Google's up 0.3, Amazon's down 0.1, AMD's down 1%, Apple's up 0.5, Tesla's up 0.3. So not really a strong market as far as like the sectors go. You can see like we don't really even have anything over 1%. Really kind of just a mixed bag. The tick is pretty neutral, trading back and forth across the zero line, although mostly holding above the zero as you know, kind of trading higher. And then the weighted AD, kind of you're seeing this divergence here between the unweighted and the weighted. So it's like who's going to catch up here? And the Dow very strong today. Dow's up right now 0.37, where the Nasdaq is actually basically break even from at its Globex open. You definitely want to keep all your eyes on Apple today because it really looks like the leader of the day. Fire stepped in on the Nasdaq there.
We kind of have a steep trend line off these lows.
Yeah, we do. See if this offer gets it and then they trade it back down to that 17, 16 area again. This weak spot's at. What's that? 7? Oh, it's like 19 actually. See the POC shift to the high. Some supply up here.
It shifts up here and we stay above it though. That'd be bad for a short, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
That would mean like buyers are moving up, right?
Yeah, well, it will definitely depend on if it can get back up into this upper distribution from the Globex session, but
Yeah, that 10 spot's a good reference point.
Nasdaq almost came down to that 15,100 level, but then bounced on its way back. Apple's still sitting at the high. I think we were coming down to this 16, 17. We just tested that weak spot there at 19. No, not quite yet, actually. Yeah, I took a short again. So I think later in the day you've got to be more patient, right? Because some people get in, like, so some people, let's say, I mean, and probably not just some, a decent amount of people are placing their trade based off of yesterday's area, right? So let's say someone gets in long, right? Well, they're in long and they're not closing the trade until the end of the day. So even if we come down here and diddle around and then come up here and diddle around, right? Their target is the high, their stop is the low, right? They got in a nice halfway point, so they're fine just kind of holding that. But towards the end of the day, people get more emotional, right? So people are less inclined to hold on to that position or kind of try to ride it out, right? They're more likely to be like, you know what, fuck that, I'm out of here. I got what I wanted, a couple bucks, you know, I've sat in this, sat in that, and so um, later in the day, you've got to be a lot more patient to trade. I think is whereas in the beginning of the day, you've got to be quick. Yeah, I don't think the volatility is the issue. I really think that it's uh, the FOMO, because like later on in the day, it starts to look good, but it's not in your trade zone. But you're like, it's looking good. I'm taking this, and then you take it,
Yeah.
and then boom, you're fucked.
Yeah, bad trade location.
And so like later in the day, it's a lot easier for that to happen because there's less volatility. Whereas like, you know, if you're in, let's say you get in right here, right, and the trade goes like this. Well, you had all this opportunity to get out, and so you're like, oh, I hit a winner, shorted again, hit a winner, shorted again, hit a winner. Well, that's because of the volatility, right? Whereas let's say you get in here later in the day and it just kind of slowly creeps against you, and you're like, oh, I'm okay, I'm okay, I'm okay, right? And that's kind of what happens, and that's what brings on those emotions for people later in the day. I really, like I said, I really don't think if you can't trade low volatility and you're only successful trading high volatility, I mean, I'm not putting this on you, but that's more of a luck driven process, because it's really hard. It's a lot harder to have good entries. I mean, this is low volatility, right? We're in low volatility, but it's a lot harder to have good entries in high volatility markets naturally. Right. Yeah, exactly. And that's what happens is like because it's taking so long, people are like, ah, fuck this, I'm done, I'm getting out. But in reality, like just hang on. I should let the trade work. Like last night I took a trade. I even texted my uncle. I was like, this thing stays above 22, we're definitely going to 34. Actually, I didn't say definitely. I said we should go to 34. Kind of like Bitcoin. I took a Bitcoin trade yesterday too. And I had posted in the Discord as well. And I said if we start to firm up above this 30,200, then we should trade 30,800. And we did because of distribution theory. You know, fucking love it when it works. I posted that last night at 9:58 p.m. Because that
1
fucking
minute
cat
on the
that my wife got wouldn't shut the fuck up, so I was awake. I think it's in
Yeah, that's
heat.
spot on.
Distribution theory there for the win. I've always had a pretty good eye for Bitcoin though. Like I've had a lot of success trading Bitcoin. And now that they have the micro Bitcoin futures, it's a little bit easier. It's not as liquid, but so you really have to kind of wait for
30
your
seconds.
entry. But it's still not bad. Got Apple pulling off the high here. It hit 190. Nvidia's making a low. Microsoft is kind of sitting in the middle. It's starting to come back down here a little bit. Nasdaq's still trying to hold this 15,100 level. Did dip below a little bit, but trying to come back up. We get our new home sales here. There's B period. So the market's, I mean, besides that initial fail of the open and pop up, the market's been pretty choppy. And we kind of expected that. So, but we're starting to kind of firm up here. It seems like we're getting volume above. We're at the top of this distribution, and kind of lead us to go back up into that higher distribution, maybe test yesterday's high. That's good. It's fun. Okay. Big bounce in tech there.
Yeah, NVIDIA's bouncing pretty hard off its low.
I'll be right back.
Sorry about that. Sorry about cursing like that. That's not right.
Dude, we expect nothing
You guys-
less from you. It's totally fine. Well, for me, it's totally fine.
Yeah.
I
But you
I mean,
guys
I
don't want to
cursed.
hear that. I didn't know I was gonna get mad. I didn't know I was gonna say it.
No,
I
no,
just
no,
was
dude.
telling you what happened.
I totally get it.
It's all
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
Totally get it, Roach.
I've done my
I
fair
didn't even
share.
know I was mad. I didn't know I was that mad until I started talking about it. I'm like, Jesus. But you guys shouldn't have to hear that. I'm sorry.
You're totally fine, man.
Yeah. Thanks.
We expected. You know, when crap happens in a trade, I mean, you gotta.
Yeah.
It's totally
I
fine.
wasn't.
At
I'm
least
mad
from
at
my
myself.
perspective, it's totally fine. I shouldn't speak for
Yeah.
everyone, but
Yeah. I'm more
What
mad
happened?
at
What I
myself
miss?
for holding it like that. Kev? Oh no, I was cursing because I got market ran right up all the way up against me and I held it.
That's all we expect me, bro.
What's that, bud?
This is what we expect from you, man. That's why we love you.
Yeah. I shouldn't do that. Not everybody wants to hear that. I had to take a break.
nothing worse than I've done for sure. I've definitely
Yeah.
said a lot worse than you said. More expletives in a row.
Yeah.
Not that it's a contest, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know.
I've got high winds coming in. My power lines don't appreciate it. So if I disappear, my power went out, and you should be able to hear me cussing all the way from Michigan.
I was gonna ask you where you're at. You're in Michigan, huh?
Yeah.
I have a beep for you, Nikki. Whenever you swear, it just goes beep. So I don't actually hear you swearing because it would
Beep.
ruin my image of you. So I just can't have that.
Nope, over here we can't handle ice or wind.
Finally.
I'm afraid to enter a trade because if my power goes out, I'll be
Oh man,
upset.
bad.
Yeah,
You
that's no good.
Are you
when
trading
don't know.
Apex?
Yeah,
Yeah, definitely make sure you can pull the website up on your phone if you need to flatten. Don't want to be stuck in a trade, be trying to log in, forgot your password. You're like, dang, what was that?
yeah,
Mm.
that would be bad.
Download the Rhythm Trader app. Get comfortable with it.
I'm using the Tradeovate packages or
Oh, I think
plans.
app too.
Yes.
Yeah, you download that for your app for your phone, and at least you can. It may not be the best user interface, but you can get out of the trade if you need to.
Got it.
Come on, I want you to test the high. Test the high.
You looking for 28?
30 half.
30 half.
Back inside the
Stop
A
me
range
out.
is no good for longs.
And there it goes.
Came right up to that those trap longs we were talking about this morning.
Yeah, that upper
I flattened
distribution, yeah. And just fucking got
I flattened the
smoked.
bot. I don't trust the bot staying in. Ooh, and a good thing I did. Here we go.
Damn.
It's a magic number.
So you said they're looking for 6.
They just need
Or
to
you
offer
think they're
below
looking for
15 if they want to get downside here. Because if they get the offer below this 15, then we should see more liquidation, and that would take us below the open, and then that'll probably take us back below the low. You see that big offer coming in 16, so people are nervous about this 15 level, I think.
And that would have been a nice flush to catch.
There's the 15 to the tick. They need an offer below that 15 to get this thing. Yeah. A lot of stuck shorts just covered there too. That was a seller trying to come in. You see him hit the tape of the 19 and then 1750 aggressively. Flush, flush, flush. Now Roach is really pissed.
No, I'm sure.
Where'd you get short, Roach?
I got short at 16.5 and 19.25, and I'm just waiting for if it breaks below the 50. I'm in micros, so I will add below the 15 if we get a decent move. Yeah, sorry about that, Brett.
I don't care.
Good
don't-
emotional rebound though, for real. He walked away.
Yeah, well, you know what's funny about me? A lot of people that don't know me would think, man, I'm not even that. I go off like that, and 2 seconds later, I'm like, yeah, whatever. It's kind of like my wife knows. Just leave me
I'm right
alone
there
for a
with you.
second. Yeah, it's just a habit. You curse, you get mad, but I'm really not even that mad. I was a little mad that I held it like that, and that's partially because I was in micros. I would have never did that in the minis, but I
That's what
probably
I
wouldn't let it run that far.
That's why I figured
Go
you
ahead.
were mad. Is that you held on to it? It was a big winner, and you were like, "Nah, I'm gonna keep holding," and then it turned into a loser. And
Yeah.
Yeah, that jacks off.
And then I also was looking at, I had my stop at 24, and I said, you know what, just there, and then I didn't expect it all the way back up to there. Jesus, expected to get back to 22.75 maybe, but whatever. Like you say, I should have read the signs. Shorts were getting stuck all the way up, and I ignored it.
And people that don't
Yes.
curse don't understand how much better it makes you feel. You know what I mean? Like when you're working on something and it's pissing you off.
Yeah.
Like, have you ever put together a piece of pre-made furniture? Like, have you ever put together
IKEA.
anything from
Oh,
IKEA?
yeah.
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 You're like, what kind of fucking bullshit directions are these? Like, there's no fucking words. None of these pieces are even in this box.
Like, you can't read stick-figure directions? Come on, man.
The only thing that benefits me is I was really, really good at origami.
What's origami? Some kind of
Folding,
mechanism.
paper
like-
folding.
I feel like you were good at origami. I
Oh.
can picture that.
So because I spent so much time learning origami, like I would look at we were in the 6th grade, this teacher had a book and you could go and get the book and do a thing. And people would be staring at this paper of how to fold it. Like it gave directions and they're like, I have no idea what they want me to do. And I could look at it and figure out what they wanted you to do.
Yeah.
So IKEA comes a little bit easier. I wouldn't say it's easy, but it's a little bit easier.
Those few seconds of rage, a lot of people, go on tilt. That's where you just end up compounding your loss.
Yeah. Yeah, I've done that too before.
We're getting a little bit of the market balancing in this lower distribution. So we're kind of developing a little double distribution here on the daily. And what are the odds? What did they say? It's 10% that we take the Globex high and the Globex low. We've already taken the Globex low. So the path of least resistance is obviously to the downside.
Yeah, the open held pretty well there.
Yeah, what do we tag? Do we tag it? Let's do it.
TPO is
Two
close.
ticks. Oh, look at that. And then
Yeah,
boom,
I got
short
out.
covering.
Yeah, I got out.
On a open and test drive where it checked below overnight low and came back over the open and hadn't been able to get back below the open. you would kind of assume that that's going to turn into a buy and sell.
Bottom you're talking about?
Yeah, like that A low, like
Yeah.
it'd be like
Yeah, you just wonder, do they have the gusto to fucking take this 34? $34, 35.
I'm thinking this action is all because I think partially they want to run it up to that 44, 40, 44, and some want to run it down to the 9. You know what I mean? I think there's a lot of
Yeah.
indecision there. A big
Got some
battle
stuck
of
shorts right there,
wills
though.
here.
Stuck shorts on that 21.75 there.
Because I was in the camp of above the 22, 24, we should run up to that 44, 40 area. And below the 18, we should run it down, you know, to the 96, 94. But I was wrong because they're just kind of banging in between there. Kind of.
Well, they've got to take care of
Almost.
old business first. You know what I mean?
So yeah. And then they will go one way or the other, but I don't know which way. Think they're just covering and then accumulating in here.
I mean, it's tough because we're kind of at the top of this little balance. Like we bust this day open.
Yeah.
It's we're back into that, like, remember we had like a 2-day balance, then we looked above, then we came back in, we had another 2-day balance, we looked below, we're back in. We're kind of having a balance here. So like that's why this high right here is really like a big key mechanical high. We sold off from that level yesterday, which was that previous high. So we still have this VPOC up here. And that's kind of the key, is like, we get nice acceptance up here, but these buyers still have to get up here and get accepted above this 36 because they're still trapped longs. Still have a gap up above. So they have to repair that weak structure. If not, they're going to have to go lower to find more buyers to get back up there.
Yeah, like that big bulge of distribution right there in the middle.
Exactly. And we're seeing, like, I don't like this long from up here, and my reason being is because tech is weak, right? The Nasdaq's catching a bid now, but the tech is still weak, down 26, and we're having a divergence here between the unweighted and the weighted. So, I mean, I'd like to either see tech start to get its shit together and then kind of confirm, because we're seeing healthcare get stronger, financials is staying strong. We're seeing consumer discretionary turn down, but these kind of cancel each other out here. Down 38, up 75. It's basically like zero. These are kind of canceling each other out more long side. But then you're also seeing people buy energy, buy utilities, buy materials, buy staples. These are risk off sectors. You know what I mean? So if it were strong, if tech was going to be strong, well, they wouldn't be buying energy, utilities, or materials. They'd be buying fucking tech. So that's the only thing that's kind of holding me off on like being like, you know what, we're fucking going up, because tech is just so damn weak. The Dow is really strong. The Dow's above its Globex high, but the Nasdaq's not even to its Globex low. So, and it's below that 15,100 level, which is a very kind of key level for it. And even the distribution is even moving lower on the Nasdaq lately. It's like down 1560. But the Nasdaq kind of looks similar to ES in the same spot right here. Trying to catch a bid. Expect a balanced day until proven wrong. Yeah, that's smart, TJ.
Yeah.
Yeah, because think about it. If we merge these, right, you really just have balance for the most part, right? The profile's not super strong, but you have an unfair high and a poor low, so no supply down here. So you wouldn't want to necessarily buy here. You'd rather buy up a little bit higher, and that's why we like that 3 to 6 area, right, which is a little bit off the low, and a sell opportunity basically from 30 to 35 because you know the market has to confirm up above that. Now there's trades in between naturally, but they're higher risk trades, and they're going to have to be more, you know, they're going to have to be managed a little bit differently than a trade from the high or the low. What's up, Luis? Yeah, we're doing good, man. Apple's coming back up here. Nvidia caught a bid. Microsoft's still kind of hanging down at its low. Tesla's turned red, down almost 1% now. That's why consumer discretionaries turned red there. We are seeing a bid come into tech, though. See what's leading. Apple's the only thing that's really green, I see. Apple can drive the market. So.
Any reason you know of? Why is Apple ripping?
I mean, people, it's just like the safest place to put your money in tech, pretty much.
Oh yeah. No real reason. I didn't know something.
I never like certain things, like if Meta starts ripping or fucking Google starts ripping, I'm always like, all right, what's going on here? But like Apple
Yeah.
doesn't need a reason. Like it's Apple, you know?
Just people have money to put to work.
Exactly. And like if you've got a bunch of money sitting in your bank account, and you don't know what to do with it. Well, let me just put it in Apple because
Yeah.
eventually it's going to be worth more than what you put in there. So
Yeah.
it's a matter of time, honestly.
I also think like the money managers, they put it in Apple or something because if they're wrong, they could always they tell their customer, well, it's Apple. You know what I mean? Well,
Yeah, they just
you know what I
hold.
mean? It's
Yeah,
kind of like
exactly. Apple's one of those companies where like even if you get a shitty ass entry, you're like,
yeah.
I'll just hold it forever. Eventually, it'll come
Yeah.
back to life. Like,
Yeah.
so you see some stuck shorts start to cover right there around that 22 half. So if they start to get an offer below that 22 half, that's that point of control again. Then look for them to test down to that 18, that half back, and that weak spot in the distribution, and basically our larger term point of control. Yeah, there they go. If they offer this thing down. Buyer stepped in there. Could just be short covering though. We're right at the point of control too, so.
Hey guys, I'm gonna call it. Gotta get ready for a job. Catch you guys
All right,
tomorrow.
TJ. Catch you later.
See you, TJ. Take it easy.
Took short on the 21. How's the smoke up there by you, Luis? They said that New York was going to be pretty bad, but it's not. It's not bad here. It's actually supposed to be a nice day today.
Yeah. Yeah.
I took my wife to pick up her car yesterday. Got new tires on it, and she's like, "What are we gonna do for dinner?" I was like, oh, "I don't know. I'm going to jujitsu." She's like, "You said you're gonna take a week off." I lied. I'm like, "I can't take a week off. No good." She's like, "What about your lip?" I'm like, "It'll be fine." And then my kids ended up convincing her, and then she went and trained with us last night. So it was pretty cool.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's
Yeah. She's always like, "I'm afraid
do
to
they
get hurt." I'm like, "You didn't get hurt in Afghanistan. People fucking shooting bombs and shit. So you should be fine at jiu-jitsu."
does the guy teach you there, or do they pretty much just let you go at it?
No. There's two classes. Um, so like you have like the beginners class. They call it fundamental jiu-jitsu, and then they have advanced jiu-jitsu.
Okay.
You guys leaving?
Where's the bag?
You're welcome. Did you do the gi, Zoe? Because if you do jujitsu with the gi, like that's where a lot of those finger issues come into play because you're always like grabbing on, like yeah. I don't. We do no gi. I don't do the gi. I fucking snuggle struggle. It's like wearing pajamas and trying to kill somebody at the same time. These sellers are just getting absorbed right here. If there's not an offer, or this bid might take them up too. They're looking to bid this 22.5. If these sellers can't get back below 20, they're gonna be stuck. Need to sell this thing big time. Happy with your life, yeah. Yeah, jiu-jitsu, it's crazy. Like it's just such a flow game, and like the tighter you try to grab on, or the stronger you try to be, typically the less it works. That's why I like rolling with a lot of the big guys. I mean, I'm pretty heavy, but like the bigger guys, like they try to like kind of throw their weight around, just use it against them. See if we get a liquidation here. These sellers are trying to move down. They need to offer below this 20. If they can't, then probably gonna be a little bit of a liquidation there. Momentum sellers get stuck at the 17 there. They let this thing get back above 2250, they're going to be an absolute bad day. And you kind of see, like, especially if you look at the 1 minute chart, I mean, it's kind of easy to see with the distributions as well. But if you're looking for like a more minute view, you have a balance down here. Market moves up, balances, moves down, pops back up, balances, checks above, liquidates all the way back down to that low, balances, moves up, balances, checks above again, fails, balances, now failing and getting back to the top of this balance. So it's a really micro view here. And it can really kind of throw people off a lot too. That's why I'm not like the biggest fan of the 1 minute chart. But I mean, it's pretty easy to see there. And so if they don't get acceptance or trade below that 44.15, right, we can just kind of assume that every time that the market's moved lower, let me erase this real quick. Every time the market's moved lower, stuck, stuck, stuck. All right, we just saw them get stuck on that 1750, 1750 right there, right? Momentum seller moved down, bid stepped above it. If we get back above 2250, then all the shorts will come out and start to buy their positions back. Because that's the point of control. So you basically just draw it like right there. See these two big bids sitting on the 19 now, chasing price away.
Yeah, there's two of them down. There's another one down in 18.5. Couple of them.
I really like that you said it's a skill I don't have yet. That like just shows that you have strong psychology, because most people are like, I'm not good at that. But like when you add that yet onto the end of your statements, it really goes to show that you have belief in yourself, and that's a quality that most people don't, right? Most people don't believe in themselves, and they just fucking go to the doctor and they're like, just give me some pills. Rest. I'll never get better. You guys going out the garage? A break below the open to me is a go with trade. What are you doing? I'm a mechanical C high right there. Not a huge fan of that high. We had a pretty decent pullback in healthcare. Tech is still kind of petering. And then financials is actually kind of flattening out balance. Well, this could go either way from here. It's so hard to be convinced or have any conviction. Even though we liked that long from this 22 and up, the market's really just not giving us the confidence as far as the internals go. I do see the nice E-breath flip. I really just think that's because of financials. Financials were so strong out the gate. The TNX, yeah, let's check that. We're at 38.50. Getting right back into that. Yeah. I have an alert at 38.94 on the TNX. It's above that, then almost kind of expect more downside.
Tommy, I just saw your thing.
All right, everybody say it with me. Flush. Let's flush this fucking shitty ass market right down the drain. And trade that. Let's trade the 3, or at least the 6. All right. Enough of this diddling in the middle. Let's go ahead and we'll call it the 6. Short stuck again on that 17.5 there. Has that coming down towards its low as well. The open, some mechanical buyers on the open there. Jesus Christ. It's pathetic. So there's just flush this thing down. Like, obviously, I mean, Apple's breaking, everything's going down. This thing's going down. So, weighted AD finally flipped. Apple is making a low. Nvidia's trying to hold on for dear life. There's not a green mark on the board anymore. Besides the Russell. The Dow, is the Dow green still, or is YM? Dow's still green too. Bitcoin even flipped red. Let's go ahead and call it a day. So probably a bunch of stuck shorts covering right at the open, I'm sure, is what's going on here.
A tough day to try to get follow through.
I'm short from 2150. But I'm holding the full position still, and it's like, should I just flatten out all 3 right here, or should I just like try to run them? I have my stops staggered in profit now because of this fucking hold up here, but I'm gonna be giving up like points. Yeah, there it goes, motherfucker.
Not that you can't get a little follow through, but it's gonna twist your nuts the whole while. You know what I mean? It's like,
yeah,
I'll give it to you.
May want to go up to tag that 30. First.
It looks like they're stuck on 16 now, 16 quarter.
You see all that negative delta at 15 from pre-market?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's just a bunch of people that shorted there, and they got stuck. They got ran up, and as soon as they get back to there, they're just like, ah, let me just get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Good
Yeah,
chicken
that
shit,
was
motherfuckers. Weighted ADs back to green here. We still have a pretty big divergence, but you did catch a strong bid off of that low because a lot of contracts traded down there. We don't get a POC shift or anything, but there was a decent amount of volume that came in down there. It's the same spot for the most part, right? Stuck, stuck, stuck. VWAP is just flat. So you got like a
got some
reversion.
long. God, God.
No, I was saying you got a reversion to mean play pretty much the whole day so far as the VWAP is concerned.
I was just thinking they got some long stuck at like 18 half, 18 quarter, 1875. They got to keep it below that. I'm thinking to keep going down.
Yeah. They need to keep it below the open. That's what they should have just flushed that open. I don't understand. I guess a lot of people had to. Be right back. I'm gonna go talk to Magic Dragon real quick.
Right, you're on mute.
Oh God, damn it! I was just giving such a good speech too. Anyways, all right, so I'll just start it again. Let's just so you guys can get what I'm looking at here, and I'll change the colors this time. So like, you've got more sellers, more more sellers, more, 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 more. These guys are even. Wear them off in yellow. And then you have the buyer wins there, but then seller, seller, it's even, seller, and then the rest of this doesn't really fucking matter. So and then our buyer came in here. So basically we have stuck shorts here. And I said fucking German army, right? SS. The old German army. Not to offend anybody. I don't know if they're sensitive about it over in Germany. And then you have basically an area, weak area where sellers couldn't move down to sell into, and then a buyer at 13 quarter. And the low of this C period is like 12. What's the low of C period? Is it 13? Yeah, I think it is. Can anyone confirm that for me?
I think 13 even, yeah.
Yeah, 13 even. So here, a buyer came in one tick above that with the bid, right? And now, now we're trading back up. I think we might head to 30. We might take the high. Anyways, but you're kind of seeing what's going on with the order flow here and how these distributions are formed, and that was kind of the whole point of this. You see just sellers more aggressive in this area here, the whole area. So from 1750 all the way to 14, and then below 14 it gets a little bit even, which just kind of signifies like there's no supply on the downside. And then a bid, a stronger bid, followed by more selling below that earlier in the session. So sellers still stuck. I mean, these are pretty much even, right? There's a bid down here, right, that trapped this seller, and then this bid up here wasn't even strong. That trapped these sellers here. But it can't even pull down to it. But what it does show us, if there's a bid here, there's a bid here, there's a bid there. Right? And it's a lot easier to identify these in weaker spots, and the weaker spots are always going to be the edges of the profile. And so like if you're looking at the profile and you start to see something like that, like that's a space where, let's say if it came down and it like taps right here and you decide, you know what, I'm going to buy that, you know that you can probably hide behind this buyer because theoretically he should be moving up to buy with you. Right, so sometimes you can even lower your risk there. You don't necessarily have to play it against the low. You'd be like, okay, I only want to risk X amount. I want this guy to bid up, so I don't have to do anything. But that's like a way you can kind of look at it. And then, like, opposite, if we move down here, and all of a sudden you start seeing these big offers come in, and then you start seeing the profile look more like this one, where we get more selling, more people, not necessarily more people selling, right? Because you don't know if the seller is a buyer getting out of a short or a new seller entering the market, right? It's really hard to tell. That's why I'm not a huge fan of Delta, especially not on the ES. I think it's almost worthless. But if they start coming down and kind of hammering that, then you can just assume aggression. And that's what I kind of gather from Delta is like, doesn't necessarily tell me who's winning because it's not an even race, but it can tell us who's being a little bit more aggressive. And then based off of that, right, what is the market doing? Well, right now, sellers are being more aggressive, but the market's not going down. So these sellers must be some fucking lightweights, right? Some fucking baby backs. They're going to Chili's for lunch today. Which means also that we might get that trade set up from 22 long up to 30. That would put even 45 on the cards, right? Because that was the high gamma.
Yeah, I like the 44 area if we although it's such a choppy mess today. If they run, I think that's their ultimate target though, to get back up there.
It makes sense to at least test that area. And if it tests and doesn't fill, or really, I mean, in the bigger scheme of things, the market can still fail anywhere from in here. Anywhere below this 44.65 can still fail and go back down. So if you're playing this, like, oh, I'm just going to short and use the gap as my stop because it won't get up there. I mean, it really could squeeze all the way up to 66 because that would put us towards the unfair low of this upper distribution. That's where I'd be a seller at. This right here is just, it's nothing. There's no trading there. So like it really should be flat because it's just from a holiday, but it's a gap here. And so we have no idea what the market's going to do here because it's not a low volume area, it's a no volume area. So it's like almost impossible to know if we're going to get short covering from there or if that's where the stops are at that are going to drive us to where you have stuck longs above, because you really don't know if you have any stuck longs right here. Right? There's a little bit of volume, but this volume was shorts getting trapped back on the 15th when we had that trend day to the upside, right? So it wasn't necessarily buying and now they're stuck because of the gap down. Most likely it's just it's already taken care of. The business is gone.
Yeah, I think that sounds good what you were saying.
Thanks. I didn't get in along yet. Still thinking about it. Should have, but I didn't. Could
I
have.
was in as soon as they broke above 19, but I'm out now. I just took quick 2 points actually. Wish I was still in it. But every time I've been trying to hold anything today, it comes back on me, so I'm taking.
Exactly, and that's why like it's such a tough spot because like you said earlier, you're not getting a lot for breakouts, and we're basically at a breakout spot. It's tough to get long
Yeah.
like into this because market hasn't been in breakout mode at all. Not that it can't go into it, but if it is going to break out, that's where it would go.
Yeah. I
That's
was
where
tempted to
volumes.
buy this 22, but I'm not getting in here. Now it's dropping below it.
Gosh, this cat is fucking bitching at the door.
Cat's bothering you already? There's that 22. You fucker. Missed it.
Boys just meow. Storm.
Well, she's probably being a wild cat like that. She probably don't want to be in the house.
Oh, my wife doesn't want her outside.
Yeah.
Climb a fucking tree again and gets.
Yeah,
Just wants
and she
attention.
might not come back yet. She might not come back yet because, you know, you're not there enough.
Well, yeah, it will just be who finds her when she gets stuck.
Yeah.
Fucking put a collar and an air tag on her. Always know where she's at.
Sellers got stuck right on that 22 again when it came back up. I missed it though. It happened real fast.
Man, but it's like I'm fighting with the fucking Phoenix right now on this XRP trade that got stopped out yesterday. So fucking irritating. Hadn't had the trade going for like a week or so, and had my stop at
Another broker you're fighting with?
That's the exchange. I mean, well, because a bunch of the exchanges stopped letting U.S. traders trade with them, so I'm having to use Phoenix. Which actually I've had pretty good luck with. They actually have support that actually answers you when you talk to them and stuff. And
Oh yeah.
and I had an issue with them like a month or so ago, and they actually paid me. They actually, so I was pretty
I
surprised.
remember you were talking about it. I didn't know it was the same place. Yeah, I remember you saying you had trouble with them, or a misunderstanding with their trade.
Yeah.
They took
So
care
now
of it.
I had this XRP trade where my stop was at 45 30 45.83 45 cents, 83, and that's where I got triggered at, but it got sold at 0.443, which is huge. So instead of a $500 loss, it was a $2,000 loss, and it's like,
Wow.
fucking A, man.
Yeah, that's dangerous.
And they can't say
playing
there's no way that there
like
wasn't
that.
enough liquidity. It wasn't even that big of a trade, I mean, I look at the order book, and there's $100,000 trades going on. So my little $4,000 trade should have been nothing. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
no, fucking so irritated. They just want to do this. Oh, we're gonna escalate this issue to our team, our specialist team, or whatever. It's like, oh, okay, I feel better now. I'll sleep tonight. That the specialist team's got it.
Got some long stuck there on 24.75. This thing gets accepted back into the distribution. Expect the point of control to trade, which is 22.
Oh my god. Look. Okay.
Is tech gonna go? But tech's not bouncing nearly as high as the ES is. X is barely getting, or Nasdaq's barely getting back to its Globex lower. Dow's at its Globex high. You've got some real divergence. People are trying to like sell tech, but buying Apple and load some other positions, but buying Apple to keep the market up. That seems kind of weak to me, like longer term. Maybe they're buying the other sectors too. Feels is weaker than it was. It did bounce back a little.
It looks like it's getting ready to flip green.
Yeah, tech is almost there.
Did Powell speak at like 3 o'clock this morning? That's I have it listed as he was up like 2:30 a.m.
Yeah, yeah, he did.
That's weird. Where the hell was he speaking in the middle of the night?
Europe. He's in Europe somewhere.
Oh, he's overseas.
Conferences in Europe.
Oh,
It was like last night and this morning, technically, for
yeah.
them.
Oh. Oh, he's speaking at a foreign thing then. I didn't know that.
Well, it's like a global. It's like all the feds
Oh, okay.
from all the countries in the UN.
Yeah. Big fucking golfing party.
Yeah, exactly. Or shorts got stuck there at the 24. We do see that. They need to. These buyers need to get something going. They're stuck up there. This thing gets back below 24, then probably trade back to the point of control. But you get like kind of a weak look right there. Same spot we came up to before. Couldn't take. There's a big offer sitting up at the 30, so you figure if they wanted to buy it, they'd move up there to get it. They're aggressive.
Stuck on that 27 right now and then 26 half even.
Yeah. The short's trying to stick himself on the 26 half right there.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's like, I'll just get stuck right here.
Yeah. I was still watching that too. I was thinking if they even go to 27, they're gonna pop it. Seller's still coming in. What were you saying if it gets below 24, 25 area?
Yeah, they don't really want to see it below that 24 half. Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I was looking at.
But you know what could be happening here? Like, let's say there's the buyer, he came in, well, we saw him come in down here, but on the way up, he's been coming in. And he sees and he's a big buyer, right? He's got fucking size. And, he sees this offer up at 30, which is like 300 lots. And he's thinking, you know what? I'll just buy the market. Try to fucking basically he's trying to get the like book to lighten up so he can just kind of buy it himself up to these 400 lots because he knows he has so many contracts that he in order to get out of the market, he's got to trade there because that's where all the contracts are at. Does that make sense? Like, so let's say there's
Yeah.
a, yeah, okay. Yeah, if there's like if there's a bigger buyer and a bigger seller, that's where they're going to do business with each other at the 30. Because that contract has been sitting up there since the first time we came up here, B period.
Yep.
Stuck on 6/4 there. Select the buyers.
See my sunglasses?
I don't know if this cat's going to be able to stay in the house forever. Will they get stuck there again on 25?
What's the cat doing?
Just fucking like roaming around the house.
Well, trying to check everything out.
Yeah. It's just like, I don't know. I've never had a cat that just stays inside. Always had cats that like
Oh
are
yeah.
multi-purpose. They go out.
And the
Come
stop
back.
loss. 40.
Are you talking, Kev?
I think he's on the phone.
Bot's just now coming to a point where it would have been.
Do this investigation and stuff. It's yesterday, and then today it's like, well, like what investigation are you? I mean, yeah, it's a fucking screen, and then
Is he talking to us?
kept saying,
No, he's on the
I said,
phone.
no, like,
Let's mute him.
Anyway, Bot's just now coming into a point where it's
what?
not
Check
quite break
your
even, but getting
slide
closer.
with honey goes. What do I have to show you what the trade is? Here's the fucking shit.
I should have bailed sooner than I did.
It's been in the house since like
So is the plan not to let the cat out, or are you guys planning to let the cat out?
no, Margaret wants to keep it.
Well, keeping it doesn't mean not letting it out.
Yeah, that's what I said. She thinks if we let it out, it'll just fucking run.
No, once a cat, if you really that adamant about keeping a cat, what you do is you put butter on its feet and you put it in the garage, and basically it wanders around the garage and it keeps licking its feet, and in the process it retains the smell, and it will always come back. Well, unless it's dead, and then it won't come back. But you get my point.
Yeah.
You keep it in the garage for a day or two, and it will find its way back.
It's funny just how curious it is. Like it's fucking walking around like edges of the house, like looking up and down the fucking wall.
It's getting familiar with everything, smells, all the different things that could attack it. I mean, it's a cat.
I like cats when they're outside. Yeah, its tail's up. Yeah.
And then it's happy. It's just getting used to things.
I just don't want to hear it, bitch. Only thing.
Is it meow? Is it meowing or something?
Well, it was. That's why I opened up this downstairs door, because it was just sitting at the door fucking meowing because it knew I was in here.
Well, it just wants to be near you. That's actually
No, it wants
kind
like
of
free roam of the house. It like thinks it's in charge. That's what it is. I'm gonna have to buy a spray bottle.
you can teach. I mean, you can teach a cat that
Oh yeah, they
some
can
rooms
learn.
are off limits. Yeah, absolutely.
I had a cat named Bear one time, and he was smart as fuck. I used to teach him how to get out of traps in case anyone tried to steal him. He was a dope ass looking cat, and he'd go outside, but people probably fucking try to steal his ass. I guess its tail's not up. It's like more straight, I guess. Just like fucking wagging behind it like a lion. No. The computer. Don't get to it. Investigate up here. Almost at that 30 level now.
Yeah, you better lock your trading platform now when you walk away without a catch.
Oh yeah, seriously, it steps on my keyboard and just fucks everything up.
Yeah, they love to get on the keyboards too. I don't know if it's because it's warm. I don't know. Love laying on the keyboard.
I'll just take
They're
mine
really
with
good
me.
at
Mine's wireless.
they're really good at touch typing.
Yeah. Mine likes to lay on anything, though. Anything new. Box, put a box out, he'll lay in it immediately.
This cat was whining yesterday, and it wanted Margaret to sit with her while she ate her food.
Oh yeah, that's good. It's get attached to you then.
Yeah, that means I mean that's because the cats that are really difficult are the ones that are like, screw you. I'm gonna turn on you just as soon as I look at you. The ones like that are the ones that are like, I mean, I'm sure you've seen those videos of those cats that like save kid or attack a dog, or
Yeah.
that's that kind of cat. If they grow attached to you, they'll fucking go to bat.
I just think like I don't get attached to cats, I guess. Like I like cats, but like I like if she get ran over, like oh shit, you know, I don't care. Scrape her up and throw her in the trash. If it was a dog, you know, that's a fucking different story. I like cats too. It's just I don't get like, you know, I don't know. It's like they're like different. I mean, because I've always had a cat. Had some cool ass cats too. I want to have cats and dogs though. I don't have a dog right now, so. Finally got that 30. Morning, Steve. $35, yeah. Yeah, we'll be on some single prints too. Check out that mechanical level. All right, well, I'm about to go grab some lunch. We hit that 30, and that's really all I was looking for. I'll leave this on though. I'll be back though.
trend. Yeah. I'm not in trade or anything. I was just trying to see if it might be peaking. Tech is starting to cool off. AMD is dipping. Apple's dipping. It's definitely not at its high. It is coming down a little. There it goes. Now we see if we get continuation. Offer came in. Oh, got upticked. Oh, look at that. Stacking orders got at 25 quarter. I'm sorry, 25 3/4. Or 26 now. Maybe it was 26 and I just didn't see it. Yeah, we have an upper and a lower distribution for sure. To the upside? You mean to the upside, right, Brad? Oh, that wasn't even him. Oh, they pulled that offer. Oh, there's a bid. 34.5. Looks like the bid moved up. Maybe not. There it goes. Bid moved up to 35. They're stacking them at 35 now. Oh, somebody pulled the bid. Or it got sold. Maybe it just got sold. They're pouring everything into this. If they don't break this, it's not going to look good. Oh, the offer's moving up. Now we're at 35.75. I'm sorry, bid, not offer. Oh, we got down ticked. Come on. See if the bid comes back. There it goes. And then they down tick it. I think they're just trying to keep the price down so that they can buy more so that they can run it up and then sell higher. What this feels like anyway. Now they move the offer down to 37.75. Maybe they're going to accept the breaking of the high. Covering your A game, guys. Oh, we've almost got it. Bring out. There they go. They did it. They broke it. Where's our top? You're gonna have to burn through that 37 3/4. Yeah, we're trying though. There's 37 3/4 right there. Oh, now they moved it. Oh, there it is still. 37 3/4. Wow, it's quite the move. Oh, stop me out. Wow, too tight with my stop. Switching back. Yeah, I don't trust the. I don't know.
Sellers are getting stuck on this move up here, it looks like. They keep getting stuck in different spots. Looked like the first spot they got stuck was 25 quarter.
That was a quick rundown. Guess everyone's done.
Hey, what's up?
How you doing?
Okay.
Hey, going well?
Yeah.
Finally got your short.
Yeah. Finally came down.
Just took fucking forever to get there.
Yeah, it couldn't hold over that 35, and it really needed to.
No, it came 32, I think was where it petered out, isn't it? I got into a long, I don't know, at some point you said something or another, and I looked at it and I was like, okay, I like it. I jumped in. I wrote it up for, I don't know, a point and a half, and then I bailed, and that was when it rejected. And then like literally, and of course I moved my stop up pretty quick because I didn't want to take a chance. And it basically reversed right after you. I mean, it went up based on what you were saying, met the 35, 36. Oh, I guess it made it all the way to 38. Holy cow. 37.75. Then it failed from there. Came all the way down to 23. After that, I wasn't really able to follow it a whole lot. I had too many other things going on.
Yeah, now we're just getting kind of in the center of this distribution here. So we
Right
have
in
like
that
a double
middle.
distribution, and it's like this is an unfair low and an unfair high, right? Because we have two distributions today. So
Yeah,
to the four participants, you think about it, there's a buyer and a seller and a buyer and a seller, new business, old business. You know, you get
you
like the
wait.
four
Yeah,
competing right here at this zone.
you gotta wait until one of them picks to go or decides to go at it hard, and then get in for just a little bit and make sure you're monitoring very closely.
Yeah, and don't be afraid to cut it if it starts to lose.
Exactly, to go against you. I did that on one trade. I think I had one trade that I ended up cutting early. Actually, it was two trades. Okay, I was in two contracts, and I went out for 3.5 points ish. I didn't want to let it go too far, and I'm trying to remember when I did it. I have to look back at my journal, but it was only in an eval, thankfully. So not the end of the world. I did
Was today?
okay. Right. Yeah.
Hmm.
Yesterday I kicked butt. I mean, all the trades that I took yesterday in almost all my accounts, I think I sent it. It was
Yeah,
what?
yeah, I got it. It was good.
All of them were green. All of them were green. Today's not bad. I certainly didn't make anywhere near what I made yesterday. Yesterday's movement was pretty well laid out. I mean, I'm not saying it was perfect, but it wasn't too difficult once it hit that top, and then it rode down, and then it rode back up. I caught the open, which is the right up, and then not the full right up, but like when it went up to, I don't remember, 20 something, and then I stopped paying attention, and then when it hit the 30, then I rode that all the way down. So I did well on those. I mean, it was just clear, like you could see. I mean, I will say that the short was probably not the easiest to read. I put in one contract, had a tight stop, figured if it comes and gets me, then I'll bail. But I figured take a chance, and it worked out. Like today, it's been much, much more. Like first, I was expecting it to go up, and then it kind of failed when it got up to was that 32? I was hoping that it would finally catch a bid and get up to 40. Then it failed, came back down, and then it got all the way to 27. And then it went back up. That was when it hit the 38. And then again, failed and came all the way down to 23, 23.5. And then ever since then, it's been sort of ranging in that middle area. I guess I didn't break H, so that's kind of telling.
You got like a mechanical low, mechanical high, and then you got the cessation here. Yeah, you're getting selling coming in here, kind of at this level now,
Although
but they're not
I
moving
guess
it down.
BPOC is still down there at 22, which is honestly, I was kind of expecting it. Well, not now. I mean, I guess it already did it before, but when it came up and got to the 34 and then basically broke back and went down to 27, I was kind of expecting that to come all the way back down to the 22-ish range, but it didn't. And then of course it moved back up, and then it came back down. Then it hit 23, which not 22, but still. And it went
Yeah,
back up, didn't break the tie, didn't break the high, basically met H high, and then broke all the way down to what was it, 18 half, 18 quarter, 18 even.
something like that. Yeah.
I think I may be done for the day. I think I did two regulars and my PA, and I think I'm gonna probably call it. I don't know if I have any more trades in me today.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna call it as well. I'm pretty much done. But yeah. That being said, like the only thing I'm really seeing for the rest of the day, right, is if we get a failure of this J period, right, which is mechanical high, so we're starting to get a little bit of sequencing here, and even this is kind of a weak high, right? Just it's so close, no excess. Didn't get shit above that 35. Um, so if we can't stay above this 26 zone now, it's going to be tough to be a buyer. But if we start to stay above it, then there's good odds that we at least get up to correct this poor high or this weak high, HI high, weak high.
33. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like 33. Yeah. And then to the downside, if it can't bid over this 25 area is kind of big area here. 24.75 is T2 high. We can expect if it holds over that later in the day, then there's good odds that there's margin calls from anyone short, and we know the market is extra short, so you might get a short covering rally and be able to ride that. But if it gets accepted below that 24.75 and it's down there as we get into probably close to 3 o'clock, like during power hour, the market maybe pick up a little bit of volatility because we have a Fed speaker on, I think.
Yeah. 1500.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you'd be looking to see acceptance below the 22 really, because we use the 22-24 area as an area to kind of hold, right, to get to the upside. So now that we saw the 22 hold, I want to see the 24 hold, or else we're going to assume it's going to go down, and down to the 22, right where the point of control's at, would really give us that confirmation. If it comes down here and starts to settle, then we want to give it up. I mean, it already did come down here and it bounced, and so we're back up. So this is more of a strong look for buyers here. But they've got to get past whatever is going on up here because it's just a weak high. But if it comes back down here, right, and starts to hang out like right here, then I would start to expect us to trade the open and to this C low where we know there's a bunch of trapped intraday shorts at. Because basically, if it can't break these mechanical highs, that's telling us that the weak-handed, because we're just battling weak-handed buyers versus weak-handed sellers, right? Maybe another buyer, but a lot of trap shorts today. We have kind of a P-shaped profile, big P-shape. We have some excess, so that's maybe some resistance up there, but if they can't break these, that tells us that we not only have a seller, we have weak-handed buyers that would cause a liquidation typically after a short covering rally. That would target where we have the trap sellers from the beginning of the day to cause buying because they're closing their positions out. But yeah.
So basically, if it gets below, or if you're talking, you're saying if it gets down to like below 10, potentially it's a buying opportunity as long as it's not like just flat out liquidation.
Exactly. But you don't, but the key thing that you're looking for is time spent below the 24. So we have J
right.
period. So if we spend K, L, what, like just start spending the rest of the time periods down here, then we kind of know we're rejecting the upper distribution, getting accepted in the lower distribution. So we should test the low of that distribution, which is basically the open. So then there becomes odds to favor that down. And then of course, you're going to have these areas. 19 to 17 is going to be a high risk area to get short into because there's a big part of the profile right there. And a weak spot. We know we have trap shorts below. Yeah, other than that, you guys have a wonderful rest of your day. Make sure that you're managing risk and sticking to your trade plan. I will see you guys tomorrow.